Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Rawas, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the esteemed patron of today's event, Your Excellency Amit Narang, Ambassador of the State of India to the Sultanate of Oman, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, honored, valued participants, it is my profound privilege to welcome you all to the Omani-Indian Business Forum. This forum stands as a testament to the enduring partnership between two nations, Oman and India, bound by centuries of history, cultural exchange, and mutual respect. Today, this partnership thrives as a cornerstone of regional and international cooperation, driven by shared aspirations for economic growth, innovation, and sustainability. As we embark on this inspiring journey of dialogue and partnership, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to building bridges of opportunity and fostering a legacy of mutual success. To officially begin today's proceedings, it is my honor to invite Dr. Abdullah bin Masoud Al-Harthi, Board Member of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Chairman of the Omani CFO Program, to deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, dear Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Rawas, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Your Excellency Amit, Ambassador of the Republic of India in the Sultanate of Oman, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great pleasure to welcome all of you to our second Oman-India Business Forum, which is organized jointly by Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Institute Chartered Accountants of India, Oman Chapter. The second forum aims to promote economics and commercial cooperation, also to develop the accountants and transfer of knowledge, and to increase exchange of trade and investments between both countries and GCC countries. Soon we will start our discussions and presentations where the investors and you as CFOs can discover different opportunities and incentives in the following sectors: in tourism, real estate development, and smart cities, food security, and renewable energy. I'm pretty glad today that I'm standing in front of you for the second time in 1 year, and we would like to announce that we reach remarkable achievement in our Omani Chartered Accountant program. We are just waiting for the approval from the concerned government authorities. Soon, we are going to launch our internship training platform where all universities and colleges in the Sultanate of Oman, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Institute Chartered Accountant of India, Oman Chapter, will be members in this platform, and we will appoint soon a committee to manage it. On the other hand, our Omani CFO program, we completed 4 batches where we started in Dhofar, and the final batch was in South Al-Batina. We started with 30 participants, but Alhamdulillah, in Al-Batina South, the number doubled, and we crossed 70 participants. We promise to continue in delivering this program to all governorate regions in the Sultanate of Oman, all across the country. Finally, we thank His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Rawas, our Chief Justice, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thanks to Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of India in the Sultanate of Oman. Thanks to all of you for your generous attendance and participation in this forum. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a forum like this isn't just about speeches and panels. It's also about networking. So I hope you all brought your business cards and perhaps a little patience for remembering everyone's names by the end of the day. Next, we are delighted to welcome Mr. C.A. Gaurav Kapoor, Chairman of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Oman Chapter, who will share his thoughts on this occasion.
His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Al Rawas, Chairman, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, His Excellency Amit Narang, Ambassador of India to the Sultanate of Oman, other dignitaries, colleagues, friends, and everyone present here. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I would start with first congratulating Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this investment meet, and the Oman chapter of ICI is proud to be associated with it along with the Indian Embassy. This event offers a unique platform to connect with key stakeholders, fostering collaboration opportunities between Oman and India's vibrant investment communities. The event also offers an exceptional opportunity to expand your professional network, gain insights, and explore new avenues of growth which should not be missed. Oman is a highly attractive destination for investment with a rich history of more than 5,000 years of trade, particularly with India, and a deep-rooted cultural relationship between the two countries. This long-standing bond offers a foundation for robust business connections between the two nations. The Oman as a country offers a range of corporate structures, new amendments that have been made in the recent past that makes it even more attractive today, including the free zones and other tax benefits available, which some of the presenters will provide more insight during the course of the day. The four sectors that are being focused today is real estate. Real estate is a growing sector with increasing demand for residential, commercial, and tourism-related properties, particularly in designated areas where even foreign ownership is now allowed. The government focus on infrastructure development and urbanization makes this highly attractive. Renewable energy. is another promising area for Oman as it seeks to diversify its energy resources with abundant solar and wind-related renewable projects. The country has set ambitious targets for clean energy, offering investment opportunities in solar, wind, and similarly other related renewable energy projects. Tourism. Tourism is another high-growth sector thanks to Oman's natural beauty, cultural heritage, and stable political climate. The government is keen to develop an eco-tourism, adventure tourism, and luxury hospitality, attracting both regional and international investors. Food security has become a priority for Oman, investing in agriculture technology and sustaining farming practices to enhance local production. This sector offers potential for investment in agriculture, food processing, and logistics to support the country's growing demand for local sourced food. These sectors align with Oman's economic diversification strategy, offering abundant opportunities for investors looking to capitalize on thriving market with long-term growth prospects. I request all the investors in this room to connect with the government agencies here or outside this room if you are not able to do, because you have the right people in the room who can connect you with the various agencies. The co-investors present in the room, and also the existing investors to identify processes, avenues, and the leads to potential investment opportunities in this beautiful country. Thank you very much, and I look forward to an interactive session during the course of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh Gaurav Kapoor, for those remarks. Let's move forward with our program. Today also marks the official launch of the Student Internship Program, a visionary initiative designed to nurture the leaders of tomorrow. This program exemplifies the commitment of both nations to empowering youth and fostering knowledge exchange. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Rawas, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to inaugurate this transformative program.
Let's walk through the process of shortlisting and selecting candidates. 1. Log in. Access the recruitment portal using your CA member credentials. 2. Browse profiles. Review the uploaded student details, including their CVs, academic records, and any additional information. 3. Shortlist candidates. Use the filters to find the right fit for your firm's requirements. 4. Schedule interviews. Reach out to shortlisted students for an interview directly through the portal. 5. Make your selection. Once a candidate is selected, update their status in the system. This ensures transparency and removes them from the pool for others. It's that simple. This streamlined process ensures efficiency while helping you discover the best talent. Thank you for being a part of this initiative. Together, we're building a future of excellence across Oman.
Recognition ceremony, a special moment to honor individuals whose exceptional contributions have strengthened the bonds between Oman and India. These honorees symbolize the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and mutual respect that underpin our partnership. Please join me in recognizing the following individuals for their exceptional contributions to this forum. Mr. Davis Kalukaran. Come forward to the stage to deliver the tokens of appreciation to the honorees. صالح الشنفري. عبد العزيز الشكيلي. Mr. Davis Kalukaran. مريم الهاشمي. مسلم الحارثي. محي الدين علي. ليلى الحضرمي. صادق جعفر. ديرين دراج راج. هشام الزبيدي. سالم العويمري. كيشان شرينفاس. شيماء الحسني. ماجدة الرزيقي. فاطمة البلوشي. Now, may I kindly request the audiovisual team to play the Omani CFO program video In the meanwhile, may I kindly request all Barca CFO program mentors to come forward near to the stage.
Welcome to the journey of empowering financial leadership, the Omani CFO Mentoring Program, a proud initiative of the ICAI Oman chapter in collaboration with the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, OCCI. Here, inspiration meets expertise to shape the future of finance professionals in Oman. Launched in 2023, this transformative program nurtures the strategic leadership skills of Omani nationals, creating a platform where tomorrow's chief financial officers are shaped today. Under the patronage of His Excellency Sheikh Faisal Abdullah Al Rawaz and supported by ICAI leadership, this initiative has already made waves by mentoring over 170 aspiring professionals across Salalah, Muscat, Soar, and Barca. With a meticulously crafted curriculum developed by over 40-plus seasoned experts, the program spans 8 comprehensive modules, from resource management to strategic business planning, offering a holistic approach to financial leadership. Module 1, Knowledge about the company and General Understanding. Module 2, Existing Financial and Accounting System. Module 3, Resource Management Activity. Module 4, Operation Management. Module 5, Funding and its Management. Module 6, Budgets and Strategic Business Plans and Risk Management. Module 7, Revival of SIC Units and Investment Strategy. Module 8, Compliance and Legal Matters and Leadership Development. Each session builds essential competencies for navigating the complexities of today's dynamic business landscape. But more than just knowledge, this program is about fostering a mindset for innovation and leadership. At the heart of this success are our dedicated mentors. With decades of expertise, they are the guiding force behind each participant's growth, sharing invaluable industry insights and experiences. Our mission is clear: to cultivate the next generation of financial leaders who will steer Oman's economy towards a prosperous future. With each batch, we witness the transformative power of mentorship and collaboration. As we celebrate the successes of the Salalah, Muscat, Soar, and Barca batches, we look forward to the future, continuing our journey of nurturing talent and driving excellence. The ICAI Oman chapter, an unwavering partner in Oman's journey towards financial empowerment. Together, we build leaders who not only see numbers but envision possibilities. The future of finance in Oman starts here.
Now we would like to extend our recognition to the mentors of the Barca CFO program for their invaluable guidance and dedication. Okay. بعد هذا الجلسة لا ما presentation على الويب نايفين المزروعي, Omani participant in Muscat batch, and now she has become mentor for the Omani CFO program. Asta Ranjan. Ajil James. Anup Matthew. Anurada K. Badri Narayan. Bijo Joseph. Devesh Sharma. Gaurav Kapoor. Globin Thomas. Har Kamal Kumar. Jignesh Shah. Jim Joseph. Joby Joseph. Manesh Jangir. Nat Vora. Niraj Rathi. Ramya K. Ritesh Vatrana. Robin Paul. Sajeev Surendran. Samit Arora. Sangeetha Suresh. Srikanth MS. Sujal Shah, Omnesh Baumi, and Vishal Yunka. Muhyiddin Ali. Congratulations to all honorees and thank you for your valuable contributions. Thank you, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. Okay, بس بعيد الفيديو يعني. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part of our program focuses on Oman's roadmap to a brighter future. It is my pleasure to invite our esteemed speaker, Shaima Al-Hassani, to present Oman Vision 2040, a comprehensive plan to drive economic diversification, global competitiveness, and sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Shaima Al-Hassani.
Good morning, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be part of this forum today, representing Oman Vision 2040. And I would like to first thank OCCI for this great opportunity and for hosting this event. My name is Shaima Al-Hassani. I am working in Oman Vision 2040 Implementation Follow-up Unit as a business development specialist, specifically in the priority of the private sector, investments, and international cooperations. I know it sounds a bit long. When we talk about Oman Vision 2040, we feel like we're telling a story of an ambitious people who always wanted to see Oman as one of the developed countries. And we consider Oman Vision 2040 as a gateway to overcome all of the challenges, to keep pace of regional and global changes, and also to invest in available opportunities, and of course, to attract new ones. The process of preparing Oman Vision 2040 started back in 2013. It went into several stages, and at the beginning, the committee began by setting the pillars. We have 4 main pillars. And then they diagnosed the current situation of Oman as a whole country. They came up with the challenges. They analyzed all of the challenges that we have in the economy. And then they set the national priorities, which after that emerged from those 4 main pillars. And all of this was done through a broad community participation. As you can see, 41,000 people participated in preparing Oman Vision 2040. After that, in August 2020, a royal decree was issued to establish Oman Vision 2040 Implementation Follow-up Unit. And at the very end of the year, the Oman Vision 2040 document was launched in December 2021, and then the work started in the early 2021. But most importantly, and one of the maybe main questions we always ask ourselves, why do we, or what distinguishes Oman Vision 2040 from the rest of the world visions? There are several features. I'm going to mention maybe 2 or 3 for now. One of the main features is that Oman Vision 2040 is considered to be, let me say, a profound and maybe an ambitious vision. Why is that? Because it is aiming to make a structural change in the whole system of Oman. It is not having a focus area, not focusing on one area to change. It is focusing on the whole system of Oman, the economic, the social, the administrative, governance system. So the whole system. So you can say it's a comprehensive vision that touches all of the sectors in Oman. This is one feature. Another feature would be, I'm not sure if you have a chance to go to through Oman Vision 2040 document, you will see that the national priorities, we have around 12 national priorities. The national priorities are very linked and directly linked to the 17 SDGs. SDGs are the Sustainable Development Goals that are set by the United Nations back in 2015. And an example of these SDGs, I assume you all know, that not to have poverty, to zero hunger, gender equality, to achieve economic growth, to have a good quality of education, to have good health and well-being, to focus on innovation, infrastructure, and industry, and so on. So this is another feature. And maybe the last feature, I would say this is one of the features that we are always proud of, and I did mention it in this slide here. There was a broad community participation. We primarily ensured to reach out to the different level and segments of the society to participate in preparing Oman Vision 2040. And when I say different levels of the society, I really mean individuals, I mean Omani youth, I mean women, people with disabilities, I mean students from different level of studies, I mean the public and private sector, and I also mean the residents and expatriates in Oman. So everyone contributed in preparing Oman Vision 2040. These are the main pillars of Oman Vision 2040. We have 4 main pillars: people and society, economy and development. We have sustainable environment and governance and institutional performance. These also are the national priorities. We have around 12 national priorities that emerged from these main pillars. As you can see, and again, just to remind you, it is again linked to the 17 SDGs that is set by the UN. These are the pillars, and what are the national priorities in each pillar? People and society, we have education, health, we have national heritage and culture, well-being and social protection. We have governance and institutional performance pillar that is focusing on legislative and judicial and also governance system in Oman. And we have also sustainable environment that has only one national priority, environment and natural resources. And the last pillar is the economy and development. And I want to stop here for a bit. The economy and development pillar is one of the important pillars we have in the vision. And as you can see, it has the largest number of priorities. Why is it very important? Because Oman's main focus and aim today is to restore the economic growth. It is looking to have an economy that is diverse and sustainable, achieve a diverse and a sustainable economic transformation, and to have an economy that is that has a competitive structure based on technology, knowledge, and innovation, and to also achieve fiscal sustainability. I will take the first national priority as an example very quickly. The private sector investment and international cooperation, if you go through the Oman Vision 2040 document, you will see that all of the national priorities comes in the same structure. It has a strategic direction, it has objectives, and also KPIs with the targets. The strategic direction for this national priority basically is to enable the private sector to lead the economy going forward. And also we have the objectives. In the document itself, it's originally around 7 objectives. For here we only kept 4, just as an example. We also have an indicator, KPI, Key Performance Indicator. The total number of KPIs in the Oman Vision 2040 document is around 68 KPIs. 50% of those KPIs are international KPIs. And this one, as an example, for one of the international KPIs, economic freedom of the world. In the document, we also have targets for each KPI. We have a target for 2030, and we also have a target for 2040. We are aiming to reach top 50 countries by 2030, and as the top 40 countries by 2040. As of the latest statistics, we reached 56 rank in 2024. Last year, or the year before, in 2023, we were at 95. So you can see that we advanced 39 ranks in 1 year, and this is very, very good indicator. You can also see that this indicator, this 56 is very close to our target in 2030. And that's why I will say we might become a developed country in 2040 or even before. This is the second priority. It is very straightforward as the one before. And I would like to end my presentation with this slide. So apart from the pillars we have and the national priorities, we also have something we call national programs. These national programs, we have 4 main national programs. These are accelerated programs. They are designed to find immediate and fast solutions for the challenges that Oman is facing today. As I said, we have 6 main programs. They are all aligned with the 5-year development plan that is set by the Ministry of Economy. And each and every program of these follows a government entity and also follows a national priority in the vision. We have the program of fiscal sustainability. We have economic diversification program. We have the Nazdaher program, which was focusing for the first 2 years in investment and export development. And then now it is focusing in private sector and foreign trade development. From here, you can see that these programs are very flexible. Depending on the current stage requirement of the economy, we change the work of scope for these programs. We also have an employment program. We have the program for zero carbon neutrality, which is to be achieved by 2050, and also the digital transformation program. This is a quick brief about Oman Vision 2040. I hope it is clear enough. If for more information, again, you can always go through the Oman Vision 2040 Implementation Follow-Up Unit website, go through the vision document, Oman Vision 2040 document. It's accessible online. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Shema, for that insightful overview of the Oman Vision 2040. Next, we delve into the opportunities that make Oman a prime destination for global investment. This presentation will showcase the incentives, advantages, and dynamic sectors awaiting investors. Please welcome our next speaker, Fatma Al-Baluchi.
Your Excellencies, our esteemed guests, good morning. Today, I will be presenting about investment environment in Oman and why Oman is an attractive destination for investors. First of all, Oman is a coastline country with a coastline of 3,100 kilometers. Our population is 5 million. Our GDP is fueled with foreign direct investment that reached to 65 billion in the fourth quarter of 2023. One of the most things that a lot of investors look forward when investing in a country is the availability of skilled workforce. Therefore, we would like to mention that Oman's average age is 25, so this will make sure that we have the skilled workforce for your investments. Going to our strategic prime location, Oman can cover up to 59 million consumers among GCC countries. We have signed FTAs with a lot of countries, and this can be a competitive advantage for investors as they can take an advantage of this. We have FTAs with United States of America, EFTA countries, GCC countries, Arab countries, Singapore, and South Korea. Also, there's a lot of agreement that's going to be signed. The two agreements that are going to be signed shortly is an agreement with India and another agreement with UK. Also, we are a global connectivity hub, as we can reach to a lot of major cities within few hours of flight. This also can be a competitive advantage for a lot of investors as they, when importing their raw materials and exporting their final products. When coming to economic stability, Oman has a promising economic stability based on global agencies such as Fitch Rating, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's. Our rating has been changed in the last 2 months from stable to positive, which makes Oman the only country that they have increased their rating 6 times in the last 2 years. We also have a lot of interesting incentives, such as up to 100% of foreign ownership, tax exemptions up to 30 years, competitive lands and service prices, custom duties exemption, investor residence up to 10 years for them and their families, and integrated e-services. Going to industrial economics and free zone, such as Salalah, Suhar, Duqm, and Al-Mazyuna, they have already attracted more than 52 billion USD dollars. These strategic areas provide unique incentives and infrastructures for investors. Also, based on Oman's Vision 2040, there will be 22 strategic areas. My colleagues here from OPAS, they will explain this part in much details. Going to Invest Oman Launch. Invest Oman Launch is a one-stop shop that finishes all the investors' processes from A to Z. We have 15 government entities and 6 private entities. We would like to invite you to Invest Oman to live this full experience. Going to the sectors, based on Oman's Vision 2040, we have targeted several sectors regarding of investment. We have divided them to main sectors and enabling sectors. In the main sectors, we have tourism, mining, logistics, manufacturing, and food security. In the enabling sectors, we have ICT, health, education, and circular economy. Those slides I will go briefly on them just to show you some investments on offers in Oman. As we have a lot of investment opportunities in minerals and mining, and it's going to grow up to 73 billion by 2032. Also going to tourism is going to grow to 150 billion by 2032, also based on Oman's Vision 2040 to have 11 million tourism to Oman. Also in logistics is going to grow up to 1,000 billion on 2031. Manufacturing to 73 billion in 2032. Green economic and energy, it will grow to 55.1 to 2033. And ICT will grow to 73 billion by 2030. As real estate is one of the sectors that we are targeting in this forum, we would like to show some major urban development and housing projects, such as Sultan Haytham City, Al Khuwair Downtown, Oman Mountains Destination, which is in Jabal Al Akhdar, and integrated resident complex. So basically, this slide is to summarize the presentation. But there is one thing that I really want to mention, which is Invest Oman website. Invest Oman website is the only platform that is dedicated to promote investment opportunities in Oman. Those opportunities are fully ready opportunities with their visibility studies, capital on investment, the capital, the lands, and the license. For you to see those opportunities, I would ask you to scan the QR code in the middle and take a look on all the investment opportunities that we have. And that's it. Thank you so much. And if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Fatma, for your informative presentation. Now we begin our first panel discussion of the day, focusing on two essential pillars of sustainability and growth: food security and renewable energy. These sectors not only address global challenges, but also hold immense potential for innovation and collaboration between Oman and India. Moderating this session is Mr. Davis Kalukuran, Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Investment Committee at the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He will be joined by an esteemed panel of experts. Mr. Davies. So joining him will be Engineer Saleh Al-Shanfari, Abdulaziz Shkeli, Mudi Muhammad Ali, Muhyiddin Muhammad Ali, Mariam Al-Hashimi, and Musallam Al-Harthi.
حلو انت تعرف مشغلك.
Asking about investment, he will answer.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great opportunity for me, and I thank the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for having entrusted this responsibility on me for moderating this distinguished panel. We have eminent personalities here, distinguished citizens of Oman who are well aware of what is happening in the economy and how the development process is going on. We had a very impressive presentation on the Vision 2040. Vision 2040 actually gives an excellent guideline as a direction, guidance for foreign investors or for local investors also to understand the direction in which the economy is going. Vision 2040 emphasizes that apart from the oil sector, there should be more emphasis and more development that is happening in the non-oil sector, which will only take the economy to the desired levels by 2040. And then to enhance or to accelerate the implementation of 2040, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry has come up with the Invest Oman launch to help the investors, the foreign investors and local investors who are coming in. They have separate desks for each ministry is there, and it's a one-stop process for all the investors. So with these few words, I would like to introduce, very veteran personalities here. Engineer Saleh Shanfari, who has been in the food security for ever since I came to Oman. For the past 33 years I am here. I'm hearing only Saleh on the food security side. We have Mr. Abdulaziz from the Ministry of Agriculture. And we have Muhyiddin, who is representing the private sector. He is connected with various ventures, including renewable energy. And then we have Mr. Musallam, and he is also coming from the energy sector. And then we have Miriam Al-Hashmi. She is also working with the energy and efficiency. So, if you are following up the economic developments in Oman and the 24 state financial statements which has come up and the 25 projections which has come up, now it is seen that the food security sector has contributed to the Oman economy. It's around 3.28 billion. And it is projected that by 2040, Oman will become 100% self-sufficient in the matter regarding the food security. So, Engineer Saleh is a veteran in this field, and could you please highlight, the opportunities available in this food security sector, and which can attract more and more foreign investors?
Thank you. Thank you. It's okay. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel session. Regarding the question regarding food security opportunities in Oman, especially for the investment sector. Let us start by a little bit of an introduction to the definition of food security. UN FAO defines food security. It said food security occurs when everybody in the society have access to sufficient, healthy, affordable food, which is the case in Oman. Today, as announced yesterday, Oman is the lowest cost in terms of the food basket. That was announced yesterday. Oman is the lowest. If you buy a meal in Oman and buy the same meal in other GCC countries, Oman happens to be the less costly, the most affordable, which is a good sign that the cost of living in the country is quite meaningful. That's one. Number two, let's look at food standards, i.e. hygiene, food safety standards. Oman has a very robust food safety protocols that are well established, and that gives Oman the ability to export all kinds of food to the rest of the world, thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, represented here by Mr. Abdulaziz, who can shed more light on this. But the efforts of the ministry, especially the food safety program supervision, is a pillar in making sure that whatever you do, whatever you produce here, is well accepted worldwide. Number four, the country provides a lot of opportunity for investors. Land is available, permission, of course, to dig well in areas where you need well water, abilities to set up manufacturing unit for fisheries. Of course, recently Oman have launched one of the largest tuna manufacturing unit in Tuqum. That was last month. It is just an indication of your ability to bring your industrial base here in Oman and invest in the fisheries sector, which is in high demand. Tuna is in high demand in the world, and Oman is a hub for fisheries, of course, manufacturing, processing, and export. That is just another indication. Livestock. We are about 65% self-sufficient in poultry. We produce a lot of, white meat, eggs, and so on. So that's another area of opportunities that are available for you. OIA, Oman Investment and Authority, have a lot of projects on food security. So they are also opening the opportunities for other investors to come and establish or maybe co-invest together. The existing projects that are listed, non-listed in Oman, they are also available for foreign investors to come and share opportunities, share the experience, maybe look at other GCC as a market, have your own industries here, or maybe your own farm here, and maybe your production unit here, and you would find it very accessible to use the logistic facilities available here in Oman, say the road between Oman and Saudi Arabia, which takes you no time to take your containers directly to Riyadh from Muscat. So these kinds of opportunities would make Oman is the best fit for your own investment. Quite easy to set up as a foreign investor, or maybe if you're looking for a local investor, you would find it much easier to start from day one, establish your company from day one, and no time you will have access to free zones or maybe other zones on your preference to bring your own experience, your own team, as well as maybe recruiting from local talent. And you know, I'm sure you would find it lucrative to start the food security projects here in Oman. Anytime, any support from our side, ministry is here to help you. We're all here to support you. Thank you very much.
One more question I would like to ask you is, you are associated with the Oman Food Investment Holding Company, and recently it was said that, you know, they have planned to spend around 950 million towards development of this sector by 2030. So this is what, and this spending of this much amount, you know, what sort of expectation you have from foreign investors who might be coming in to set up their manufacturing units or food processing units?
See, when Oman is open to everybody, that is quite clear to all investors who have started their manufacturing here in Oman. A foreign investor would definitely come with know-how. That is quite important. He will have to bring something new to the country. So, i.e., when you say we will do this, we'll see, you know, what value addition you're going to bring, what kind of new technology you're also bringing to the country. Are you bringing markets with you? Do you have already access to markets, or you want us to help you assess these markets? We also expect you to bring your talented team with you. Okay, so there should be some kind of experienced team to come here and also to help and maybe share that experience with local talent, and also to abide by the rules and regulations of the country. You have to understand what is the business structure here, what is the ecosystem, what is the taxation system that you have to follow. Other than that, I think it's quite an even playground that everybody can compete and everybody can come and start positively. We're here to support, we're here to help, and whenever somebody is very serious about an opportunity, please join us in the Chamber of Commerce, Ministry of Agriculture, or Ministry of Trade and Commerce, and Investment. All these institutions are here to help the investor to start to establish in Oman as 100% ownership or partial ownership.
Mr. Abdulaziz, you have been working with the Ministry of Agriculture for quite some time now. We would like to know, the new initiatives and the legislation which brought out by the government of Oman to facilitate more ease in doing business in Oman. Could you just elaborate on that?
Thank you, Mr. David, and thank you for Sheikh Saleh. Sheikh Saleh maybe mentioned all these things about how to start a new business here in Oman. Now the ministry is starting to prepare the infrastructure of this type of investments, and as we listen to and see the presentation that was present to the audience about Oman visions and also Invest of Oman, these align with the ministry also about what type of opportunities that we have it here in Oman, and it is for the all investors, and these investors can come here in Oman and invest easily by looking for this website, and in this website in Oman, Investor of Oman, we have all the opportunities, full opportunities for the sector of in the food securities. So we have opportunities in agriculture, so we have opportunities also in fisheries sectors, and the lands there, the opportunity is fully theirs, and we promote that for all investors to come and invest in Oman. We are already, we have a full team that we support any investors looking for opportunity here in Oman.
Thank you. And one more thing which I wanted to ask you is, the fishery sector forms a big component of the food security in Oman. And it is stated that, the current GDP being contributed by the fishery sector to the Oman GDP is about 2.5%. And it is expected that by 2030 it will go up to 5%, and by 2040 it is going up to 10%. So we see that, there is excellent opportunities available in the fishery sector. Okay, it's not, while the fish catch is limited because of the regulations and things, but there is excellent opportunity for food processing. The value addition services, which in certain quarters, which I heard was, the value addition which is made into the seafood in Oman, it can be increased multifold, which is likely to give excellent employment opportunities and also export opportunities for the government. So could you just explain on, the opportunities available in the fishery sector in the Sultanate? Yeah.
Okay, can I contribute for this question? Maybe I will hand over to Sheikh Saleh also. Now Oman is looking for non-oil which sectors, yes, that contributed to the GDP. So we are looking for the fish sectors.
Fish processing
is one of the sectors that have most contribution in the GDP in next few years. So we are in agriculture. We are taking over these sectors to increase the opportunity of these sectors, and that maybe will increase the percentage of this in the GDP. Maybe Sheikh Saleh can also contribute on that.
Yeah. Oman has established as a very unique investment arm, which is FDO. FDO, Fisheries Development Oman, is a major vehicle for all kinds of investment owned by OIA, now part of NITAJ, which is the food security vehicle for the country that I was previously heading as a CEO. That group had a lot of opportunities available for investors. FDO, so if you go to their website, FDO Oman, you would find a lot of these opportunities available, either existing projects which are available for investors, or new projects that an investor can come. They will join hands with you to establish your project in no time. So they have a fully experienced team. They have their own fishing fleet, which is one of the largest fleets in the world, highly equipped, and a highly sort of talented manufacturing team, as well as sort of fish catching, permits and everything. So maybe the best thing to do, instead of starting anew, is to go directly to FDO Oman and then, of course, start looking at the opportunities available with them if you are interested in this sector. But as Abdulaziz said, we're all here to support you in your fisheries project, food security projects, and what have you.
Okay, thank you. And this Mohiddin, you are involved in various industries, from the private sector. You are also on the fisheries side, I understand. As an entrepreneur and a businessman in this sector, could you just highlight the opportunities which you have seen here and the support from the government, various agencies, and of course, there might be challenges also. So could you highlight on your journey into this area?
Sure. Thank you, Davis. First of all, I would like to thank all of the organizers and the presentations. I think we heard a lot of data and numbers about Vision 2040, and what comes across with all of this, there might be some numbers that will convince you, but as an entrepreneur, after all of these numbers, there is a feeling you have to have. And one thing in Oman is clear and has been established for the last hundreds of years, is that even under the leadership of late Sultan Qaboos bin Said and under the renewed renaissance of Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, there is a stability and peace, and there is a rule of law. As an entrepreneur, after all of these numbers, if you don't have this comfort and feeling that your investment is secure, that there is a rule of law, that there is a warm and welcoming environment, then your sense of comfort and confidence in making this investment isn't there. So in Oman, we are blessed with this. Investors are welcome, investors feel confident, and as we have heard, the opportunity is abundant. We have a huge 3,000-kilometer coastline, and fisheries has been identified as one of the future pillars of the economy. Now, we were blessed, we were part of the last 50 years of renaissance in terms of the major infrastructure development and the oil and gas and the civil infrastructure required. Now, looking at the next 50 years of the Vision 2040, how can we be part of it as the private sector partner to the government? We identified fisheries as one of the key focus areas that we need to be present in. And we see the ministry as welcoming to not just investment, but to even projects and concepts and ideas which will add value to the economy. So for the investors sitting in the audience, if there is an idea which you feel that there may be an opportunity to test in Oman, I can assure you that the ministry, the government, the Oman Chamber of Commerce, they're all there to see you succeed, because the investors' success is the government success. And it's a partnership to make Oman Vision 2040 a reality, inshallah.
Thank you. We'll come back to the food security sector. We have Mr. Musallam Al-Hati and our Mariam Al-Hashmi with us from, it's, Oman has gone in a big way in the area of green hydrogen, surpassing the efforts of various other countries. Okay, we are in the forefront of green hydrogen, and recently, they have announced so many initiatives relating to the production of green hydrogen, wind power, and various other alternate energies. Mr. Musallam, I would like to know from you, the initiatives being taken from the OQ, regarding how Hydrome was envisioned to take this journey through, and what are the main objectives of Hydrome, and is it facilitating the right kind of investors into Oman? Could you just highlight?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the audience. I could see that there is interest from the discussion, from what I see from them, so thank you so much. I would just like to add a couple of points from my Sheikh Saleh and Ustad Abdul Aziz regarding the food security before going to the green energy. Now the ministry, it's more of an organizer, more than looking in terms of investment. So you have, as Sheikh Saleh said, you have FDO, which is now Nitaj, Also the Ministry of Agriculture, they've started a platform together with the Ministry of Housing, where it's called Tatweer, where all the opportunities, business opportunities, projects, they get announced there and you apply like a tender. And also you asked about opportunities. Also we have like niche opportunities, other than what Sheikh Saleh said, like the one already in FDO, existing or new ones. Also, we are looking for new opportunities in food security in terms of fishery, agriculture, even farming. So the country is developing, but in downstream of that, we are still having shortage. So, for example, like seafood for the fish, and other things which comes, for example, in fishery, factory of nets, and other things. All these we're still looking for opportunities. So, if there is any investors who are interested on that, I think Sheikh Abdul Aziz here and Sheikh Saleh are the right people to talk to. Regarding the green hydrogen, the government, I will speak on behalf of Mariam, but MEM, they've started Hydrom, which is a wing of looking for green hydrogen. But mainly, it's not only green hydrogen. We call it AE, which is alternative energy. So in terms of solar panels, renewable energy, blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, and the idea is from the ministry to be ranked #1 in the world in terms of green hydrogen. And this is our goal. For now, still the issue, as you all know, that green hydrogen is something new to the world, not just to Oman. So there are a couple of initiatives that have been started. One of it is to do a pilot green hydrogen plant, which is to be green. You need to start from all the way from where you get your energy to the electricity, all to be green. So that project is going on in OQ, and we have a separate, it used to be SBU, now it will be an independent company to give it more authority. It's called OQAE, so OQ Alternative Energy, which will be independent and looking in terms of green hydrogen. So green hydrogen, there is still a lot of opportunities. The government is looking very much into that, and His Majesty as well, he's following up on that we want to be a leaders in green hydrogen. So if any other further clarification or question, you can just let me know. I can guide you to the OQAE, which is considered by the government as a green hydrogen champion.
Okay.
On that.
Okay. Thank you. That is good, good to know. And I would like to ask Mariam, she's on she's on the policies and strategies and with the Ministry of Energy. So, could you just elaborate on, the recent developments within the ministry, which they have bring out new policies and guidelines for attracting more and more investors into the alternate and renewable energy side, and in terms of employment also, how it is going to be. Okay, how these policies will be helping the investors.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, and thank you for the Oman Chamber for Commerce and Industry for arranging this event, and thank you for having me today. As you all know, the energy sector is undergoing a profound transition, and the demand for energy is growing, and especially the demand for sustainable and green energy. To fuel all of the economic sectors, we need this energy. And the objective of the energy sector is to decarbonize the sector orderly while maintaining the competitiveness of the sector, energy security, and grow low carbon economy, and create a value to the nation. In regards for the policies and strategies, the Ministry of Energy and Minerals has just concluded the energy transition policy. The policy defined targets for decarbonizing the energy sector, and the targets are for five decarbonization levels. Energy efficiency, we have targets to decarbonize the power sector, which is the share of renewable energy in energy mix. And the target is to reach from 30 to 40% of power in the grid from renewable energy sources by 2030, moving to 60 to 70 by 2040, and then to reach between 90 to 100% renewable energy share in the grid by 2050. To achieve these targets, there are many enabling policies, and we have end of last year, the auto generation, direct sale, and wheeling policy was approved. Speaking about the direct sale policy, it's the direct sale policy enabled the bilateral contract between buyer and sellers directly without purchasing from the current NEMA Power and Water Procurement Company, which is the single buyer right now. So, and now it's allowed for to have a direct contract between supplier and demander without going to the current infrastructure. And also it allows the auto generation, it allows the industrial customers to build their own renewable energy facilities in there if they have the land for that. And the wheeling policy, it's a policy enable the transmission of the renewable energy through the national grid. For example, if we have the production facility far away from the demand, then they can just use the national grid to transmit their power. And also, the ministry have this month also issue the ministerial conditions which assign OQA, alternative energy, as a national champion for renewable energy. So any project above 50 megawatt for the industrial sector, this is different from the projects under NEMA for Power and Water Procurement. It's for industrial sector, which through the direct sale or auto generation should be developed by the OQ alternative energy.
Okay. Thank you. This question is Moiden, in the renewable energy side, how do you see the opportunities coming up in this sector?
I would say in terms of the opportunity, the downstream, both the upstream and downstream opportunities in the renewable space is immense. To produce the green hydrogen, you need both the solar and the wind. And I think the target that the government has set is to produce 1 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030 and to increase it by about 3.75 by 2040, inshallah. And for the green energy capacity overall, it's about 1 gigawatts by 25 and 10 gigawatts by 2030. So there will be a huge surplus of energy which will need downstream uses. And I see why not both the topics that we're talking about today, food security and renewable energy. The potential for having, say, green aquaculture or green hydroponics or a lot of interesting ways to green pet foods, for example. There is a huge market for these type of products, and it is really up to the investors both domestically and from across to conceive of the idea on how it can be applied. The surplus of energy, the vast land that is there, the supporting policies, the free zones that are there, the ports that are there, each of these are enabling environment for us to reach, inshallah, Vision 2040 and make it a reality. So,
okay.
I hope that answered the question.
Yeah. Okay. Abdulaziz, let me ask one thing. How suitable Oman and the location-wise and the stability of the country, how you can summarize the attractions of Oman for foreign investors for coming and setting up business here?
About the locations?
Yes, location, geographical position.
We have strategies about every sector in Oman, every region in Oman has a special environmental. So in the coastal, most of the fish investment is in the coastal area. About the agriculture is also located in Dhofar regions and also in some of in Al-Dhahra and South Al-Batna regions, because this area is good for agriculture. Also in Al-Wusta and Al-Sharqiyya, some of animals investments are located there. So these insights give us a clear where our investment and opportunity be there. This is about the relocations opportunities.
Yeah, all right, okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, engineers, this food security, the first thing which comes to our mind is food storage also. Food storage,
Food logistics.
So to that extent, how far is we advanced in the storage facilities and...
Yeah, so you're talking about food logistics. As Abdulaziz said, that Oman has a lot of competitive and comparative advantages. So if you talk about food storage's possibility, Sohar, for example, has silos already being built there for grain silos storage. So these are some of the opportunities. You can build your own silos there. If you are into grain trade and you want to use Oman as a hub for your grain trade, Sohar would be one of the best fits for your trade with GCC. If you're targeting East Africa, Salalah would be best fit for your silos, for your grain storages, and also for your own distribution, as Salalah has access to Yemen, to East African countries, all these East African countries. And if you're looking at overall Indian Ocean Rim countries where Oman and India are partners, Duqm would be the best fit. So Oman is now inviting a lot of these major state-owned companies from all over the world to establish their food storage in Oman, be it in Sohar, be it in Duqm, be it in Salalah. So that is an opportunity for you, because then you are away from all kinds of conflict and also away from major environmental disasters. As you know very well, where India, a lot of food is lost because of storage, especially rice and grains. So Oman provides that kind of environment because of the, the competitive and comparative location. So that's one. What also you need to understand that you have a network. You have a network that connects you to the whole world from these ports. So transshipment can be easily handled through motherships, feederships, through GCC, India, and other places. So if you look at the location of these ports, you would find it quite fit from India to Oman. So from India to Sohar, from India to Muscat, from India to from any port in India. We are in the mining sector, for example, some of our companies, and we ship from Salalah to Chennai in 2 days, to Mumbai in 2 days, 2.5 days, and so on. So it's quite accessible, and this is your best. Even if you decide to bring in your raw material here, process here in Oman, and then shift to the rest of the world, Oman to New York, you would need like 17 days to reach to New York from Salalah or from Duqm. So these are the kind of accessibility opportunities that you would be having here. So those who have started early definitely will make use also of our FTA agreement with the US, okay, and our GCC trade agreements that will allow your product from Oman to be treated as Omani product, and then you quite easily ship to Saudi, which are huge, 35 million, and or other GCC totaling of more than 55 million sort of people there, living there. But then we have access to other places like Iraq, Iran, Syria now, or Egypt, these countries which need a lot of support and help now in the food sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mohiuddin, you're from private sector, as I said, could you just highlight the incentives and the tax systems, incentives and the taxability of the industries which are coming in Oman,
So I think a fellow panelist, the engineer Sheikh Saleh, had also mentioned about the strategic grain storage. All of these, what he has mentioned is also comes with 0% of import and re-export. So for companies that are looking to have a stable, healthy infrastructure even tapping into the banking and financial environment of Oman, this is an excellent opportunity. The second part, I had missed what you had said. If you could just repeat that.
Any tax incentives or something?
So in the free zones, there's a 30-year tax-free window and a lot of supporting policies that help a business in the starting years in terms of Omanization or even in terms of the infrastructure that is there. Each of these economic zones, whether Sohar, in Dukum or in Salalah, have enabling policies that help set up a new business, that help nurture it, and with the free trade agreements that are there, and even with the CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement that's in the works with India as well, the access to large global markets is easy and it is supported, and you have I see in our own case, for example, today we are manufacturing in Dukum, we are processing in Dukum, we are selling all the way from Vietnam to Japan to even China. Now with our European license in place as well, we will be accessing the European market, inshallah. So we see all of these trading partners see Oman as in a positive light. From political stability, from economic stability, from the warmth that is there. Whenever there's a visit to our facilities, to the country, there's always a positive reception. So again, as I said in the beginning, the numbers mean something and can convince an investor and an entrepreneur. But the feeling that you have and the confidence and the sense of comfort that we have in Oman is a blessing, and that will encourage more and more investment to come into the country, inshallah.
It's good to know the confidence from the private sector also. It's an excellent opportunities going forward for Oman in the because we are at this level, we can raise it to this level. Big opportunities there. As I said, in each sectors, if I say the non-oil sectors also, which has been envisioned in the Vision 2040, the opportunities are huge. Okay, for each sector. They said, be it in the tourism sector, the energy sector, or logistics sector, because logistics, everything is interconnected. Once you said the fishery sector, the logistics is one of the most important criteria. So we have, as far as Oman is concerned, we are ready. We have the Oman is ranked at rank 10 in terms of infrastructure of road transport is concerned in the world. Okay. And our ports and airports are excellent, state-of-the-art facilities. from Salalah to Sohar, to Dukam to Muscat, the seaports are excellent. It's a very viable strategic locations. So we have everything ready here. The infrastructure is ready, and the resources are ready. Only so the thing is, we are just waiting for the new investors to come, gain more confidence in our economy, and this is what the government is trying to do. It will create more and more employment, and more entrepreneurs will come. Yeah. So, any closing notes from your side, Saleh?
Just one point what I'd like to add. It's also in terms of attractiveness, other than stability, also the lifestyle. Lifestyle in Oman is different to the other part of the countries in terms of safety, in terms of lifestyle of the people. That's why you see a lot of foreigners, they take time to come to Oman, but as soon as they come to Oman, they don't like to leave Oman. So this is just, I'd like to inform whoever first time coming to Oman, that the lifestyle is totally different and it's very interesting.
See, if you want to enjoy your life, make sure, as Musallam said, having a really good lifestyle where your family feels safe, feel secure, feel independent, and feel the freedom to do whatever you want, to feel that you're living in a place where your culture is tolerated, where your life is respected, where your funds are managed by you, where your financial affairs are only run by yourselves, and you don't see around you a lot of policing. This is a place where you can combine lifestyle, you can combine business, you can combine family life, you can do your own entertainment, you enjoy the terrain of Oman, all kinds. While we are speaking now, temperature here in Muscat is around 23 degrees. It is, could be -2 in the midnight in Jabal Akhdar or Jabal Shams. You enjoy all kinds of, those who are here for the first time, this is the time for you to explore. Exploring in the tourism sector, which of course not covered very well here, but that itself would make you understand the opportunities in the mining sector, for example. It's huge. Opportunities in the mining sector is really immense. Even minerals that are needed for the future, for say, for electric cars, you need a lot of minerals. This is the place where you would find all these kinds of minerals, and they're available for investment. Oman Ma'aden, which is the state-owned enterprise in exploring, in the mining and exploring. We are also ready. We have our own mining company. We also can support you in this sector. In the housing sector, we have Hisham here, Engineer Hisham here, who is the expert and who is supporting the Ministry of Urban Planning and Housing to develop projects. Is also here to support us whenever when you have a mining, say housing sector, we have the experts here to help you. So this is a place, multifaceted opportunities are available. It's only for you to explore. It's only for you to ask, right? And then, of course, Chamber of Commerce is here. You're here to support everybody. We're here to answer also. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We had a very good discussion, and so the most important thing is, the exit entry free, enter free, exit free. This is for the foreigners. This is the excellent slogan which is coined in Oman. So that's very good. So now we will just invite some few questions from the audience. Any questions?
Maybe some comments. Hisham, do you comment on the opportunities? No, no, new sector. Yeah, please.
Thank you. So are we also planning to set up any solar farms or anything with discussions with any of the Indian companies who can possibly be invited to come down to Oman?
Solar plant.
Solar farms?
Yeah, that's right.
Solar, please. You mean solar factories? Yeah. So already we have almost around 3 projects already online. One with the Nama and 2 with OQAE in Duqm. Yeah, so it's already. Yeah, 3, yes. And Sohar as well, 3. Yeah. Also, Musallam, maybe Muhyiddin, the combination between, food security and maybe renewable energy. That could be an area where you can also shed some lights on power. Yeah, regarding that, last year there was a project initiative for 50 farms in Al-Batna, which has been transferred to solar panel, with the initiative sponsored by BP. Yes.
I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure about the question. If it's about
solar
in the food production or solar to produce power. Solar to produce power. So we have actually 3 plants with a capacity of 1,500 megawatt. And we have small, 2 under PDO, one to produce power and the other one to produce steam. And we have another one in Sohar with a capacity, I think, of 35 megawatt. And there is many projects in the pipeline to reach the 30 to 40% target by 2030. It will be announced by MPWP, and there will be also an announcement by OQAE for other projects.
If somebody have an idea to combine wind production, solar production, and maybe food or feed production, that would be the best fit. Because the land is available in Oman. The water is, we're talking here about seawater to cool and to maybe to produce and so on. An area like Duqm would be the best place where you would produce wind, as well as you will produce water, and then that water has to be reused. So for example, if you look into microalgae from seawater, huge. There's a lot of R&D already started in Oman, and microalgae is high demand globally for food, feed, and cosmetics, and so on. So one have to be really looking at the future and bring his R&D to Oman, work with the relevant bodies, and you would see that this is the best place to do your project.
So that's it. There are no other further questions. So thank you all for being part of this.
I really do not know whether there will be an opportunity for this in Oman. In India, to preserve the food products, they have developed a technology without using pesticides, so that the shelf life of these products could be extended for a longer period. I'll just give you one example. If you have a place to store onions, large quantity of onions, even if one onion gets rotten, gets spoiled, all other onions will automatically get spoiled. Therefore, they developed a particular app, system generated system, to identify the rotten app and remove the rotten onion from that group. Like this, they are doing research in different vegetable products so that they could improve the shelf life of the products. if such a thing is, if they are keen to move to Oman, will Oman be interested in attracting that type of investments? This is a specific industry.
Okay, great question and great, great app. App have to be relevant to some physical. It's not only an app that you download in your device. The app is relevant to some technology, could be, infrared technology, could be radiant technology, could be something which have to be licensed also. Because if some radioactive material, for example, to prevent the algae from growing in the environment, it have to be also licensed. Because a lot of these ideas, they sound great, but when it comes to application, there's a lot of regulation that controls what you can do with the onion. Remembering that it's food at the end of the day, right? Even with some kind of fertilizers, we meet a lot of people with new technology. That technology may not be allowed here. I'll give you an example. Some fertilizers that are currently manufactured in India, coming from, say, industrial gypsum, which is required as a fertilizer. Maybe it's allowed in India, it's not allowed elsewhere. For a reason. It is a radioactive material. Okay? Some traces of radioactive material may be allowed in India. But in the US you cannot do it, in Oman you cannot do it, and so on. So once we talk about these new technologies, we have to understand the impediments, occurrences, what will happen next, and does it have an effect on the human human health. However, having said that, I think when you talk to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, which is the right people here to talk to, they are in a huge program of producing onion now this year. Because what happened in India and the prevention and stoppage of export of onion, we already started our own program, and I'm sure in no time Oman will be self-sufficient in onions. Therefore, we need to have to storage. Okay, what kind of technology we have to use to prolong the season? Of course, could be some kind of material. Could be it have to be safe. First of all, it have to be safe. It have to be regulated, and it have to be affordable. It have to be costly, cost efficient. And I think yes, of course, they will definitely welcome that.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope, yeah. So, research and development is going on in Oman also in a big way.
My question to Engineer Saleh. Actually, a big parcel of Oman's land is desert area. Is there a special or specific research or survey has been done by the government to ensure that those abundant areas or the freely available areas can be made use of cultivating some sort of food items or vegetable items which can create additional revenue for the government, and they can export to different part of the world?
Okay. About the new area that introduced it for the next 5 years, we are planned to now plant a negged area. A negged area is a huge area with good potential of waters and soil capability. So we try to utilize this area and introduce a large type of projects in agriculture, animals, also animals feeds and so on. So this is one of the kinds. Also we have Al-Wusta regions is a desert regions, and we try to increase the greenland of this type. But the issue is there in Al-Wusta, maybe the water demands is shortage. So we'll try to introduce new technologies that maybe we can apply it there, and we can convert this desert to the greenlands.
Yeah, so coming back to what Abdulaziz said, your question, exactly whatever he said is correctly true. Already identified in the Najd area, which is the south of Oman, Dhofar, an area of more than 40,000 square kilometers of land available for agriculture. It's already started. The Ministry of Urban Planning and Housing is also developing huge agricultural cities. These are a new project coming, which has an integrated agriculture, manufacturing, processing, and training and education, and lifestyle together to attract investors to come and live there and start farming there. These are also in the desert coming. These areas are promising, and of course, last 35 years since Oman started, exploring desert, a lot have been done. Today we produce all kinds of fruits and vegetables from the desert. So if somebody has that experience, please come to the Ministry of Culture, maybe Chamber of Commerce, maybe Nazdaher, all relevant bodies, and we're all here to support your ideas.
Thank you. So,
I just wanted to share another very interesting story of the oil and gas industry also promoting creating a greener agriculture. The Nimmer Bauer project, for example, where there was a lot of produced water for about the field produces 6 barrels of produced water for every barrel of oil that is being produced. This was creating a water problem, and they created the largest engineered reed bed to not just treat the water, but also to create a huge agriculture and biodiversity landscape where there's birds coming in. Now there's biofuels. It was a test project, which is a success. And now I believe in the Rima field in the south, a much larger version of this project will also be executed. So there's innovation tying both the older oil and gas economies to the newer renewables and food security sector. So it's exciting. If there is a new idea, I'm sure the support will be there, and there's enough land, energy, and financial resources to make that a reality, inshallah. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Saleh. Thank you all for your inputs. I hope it's well received by the audience, and thank you for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for such an engaging and insightful discussion. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Davis Galikulan, Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Investment Committee at the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Engineer Saleh Al-Shamfari, Chairman of the Food Security Committee at Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Abdulaziz Shikeli from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, Mr. Gorshan Jassil, Country Head of Green Hydrogen and Chemicals, and Mariam Al-Hashimi, Policy and Strategies Specialist at the Ministry of Energies and Mining, and Mr. Musallam Al-Harthi, Senior Specialist at OQ. Let's all give them a round of applause for their valuable contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you now to scan the barcode displayed on the screen to complete a brief questionnaire about the investment sectors presented today. Your feedback is valuable in shaping future opportunities and discussions. Now we will take a 15 minutes break. Refreshments are available outside in the designated area, and we will be back within 15 minutes sharply. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats as we are about to proceed with the presentation on the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats as we are about to proceed with the presentations on the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats as we are about to proceed with the next item on the program of this forum. Thank you. May I know how we get? May I know how can I get the photos? Who? Badr? نبدأ. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. And our next presentation highlights the transformative role of the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones, OPAZ. This authority is pivotal in driving foreign investment, creating business-friendly environments, and ensuring Oman's competitiveness in the global economy. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our speaker, Majda Raziqi, Investment Promotion Specialist at the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones. Majda, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Saleh, for the introduction. I would like to thank Oman Chamber of Commerce for organizing this forum. And on behalf of the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones, I would like to welcome the delegation from India. So to begin the presentation, I will be giving a brief about the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones. Thank you. I will be giving a brief about the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones and our mandate and functions, and I will tap into our zones in further details. So OPAZ is a shortcut for the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones. So basically our mandate is we supervise and regulate the special economic zones, the free zones, and the industrial city. The authority was established by a royal decree in the year 2020. Of course, the authority oversees a total area of 2,200 square kilometers, and it has a total investment volume of 20.1 billion Riyal Omani, which is equivalent to 52 billion US dollars. We currently have 22 zones under our supervision, 14 of which is already established, and the remaining is under establishment. Of course, the authority's function, as you can see on the screen, is to plan and develop, where OPAZ ensures that we plan and develop zones that meet future sectors, priority sectors. We regulate and supervise as we ensure a business-friendly regulatory environment within our zones. Facilitation and aftercare is where we deliver an investor-centric approach, where we facilitate and provide aftercare services for the company to ensure efficient setup and growth. Market and accelerate is where we partner with key stakeholders to develop and promote sector-specific value proposition. And of course, activate and accelerate, where we work with partners to realize new economic growth and activating and accelerating the core sub-zone. And of course, organizational excellence is where ensure that OPAS has the right culture, plan, skills, and system to deliver this strategy and mandate. My colleague Fatma from Invest Oman has already tapped into the investor incentives that we do provide. However, I will highlight a few that she hasn't yet mentioned, is that we have no minimum capital required to invest within our zones, and all currencies are permitted. And we have 100% repatriation of your profit within our zones. I will tap into our zones since this has already been shared with Invest Oman team. So to begin with, the special economic zones of Duqm, at Duqm. So this is our first special economic zone that was established in Oman. As you can see, it has a huge area of 2,000 square kilometers. It's a 3 times size of Singapore, 3 times the size of Bahrain. Of course, with a total investment volume of 6.01 billion Omani Riyal. The special economic zone has been developed in 2012. It has a lot of healthcare facility, educational facilities in place. And what makes the special economic zone so special is because you can have 2 kinds of permits. You can have the free zone permits to operate, and you can have the industrial permit if you're targeting the local market or if you're targeting the outside market as well. Of course, in Duqm, we have a deep sea port. It's called the Port of Duqm. It's a joint venture between Asyad, whom are the national champions when it comes to managing all of the ports across the country, as well as the Port of Antwerp. This deep sea port is 19 meters in depth. And of course, we do also have an airport in Duqm that can accommodate up to 500,000 travelers per annum. And it has also an air cargo facilities and a future expansion plan of the airport. Of course, some of the key projects, also with the special economic zones of Duqm and with that size, it's quite an industrial zone. As you can see, we have a vast investment opportunities available in different sectors: the renewable, education, logistics, commercial, fisheries, healthcare, and tourism and residential. Some of the key projects that currently exist in Duqm is the oil and gas refinery, which is a partnership with Kuwait. And we also have an oil and gas storage facilities, which is called OTCO, and a green hydrogen plant, bus assembly manufacturing, which is called Karwa factory. And the hotels and leisure developments that's situated in the tourism strip, one of which is the Crown Plaza and the Park Inn Hotel. As you can see on the screen, this is the master plan of Duqm. We have the heavy industry area, the medium industry area, and the light industry area. As you can also see, we have the green energy zone, which is specializing in the production, not the production of the green energy. However, we have Hydrum. They're the national champion for the production of the renewable energy, which is the hydrogen. And we also have the OQ alternative energy. They are in charge of the producing of the solar panels, energy, and the wind turbines. However, in our zones, we do localize investment that supports the renewable energy production equipment. And we do also localize the investments that require the green energy, such as the green steel project that is in the pipeline for Duqm. And also I need to mention one of our recent projects in Suhar is the polysilicon production, where this company has already secured the downstream and the full value chain of the production of the polysilicon. And we have a tourism area that has a coastline of 18 kilometers. Duqm is known to have a very moderate weather throughout the year and a different type of topography. And we're currently in the process of replanning the tourism sectors. So if you have any proposals, you're more than welcome to approach. Now moving on to Salalah Free Zone. So basically, Salalah Free Zone is 21.6 kilometers in size, and it's been developed in 2006. It has it's very well established city. Also medical and educational facilities as well are in place. What makes Salalah very unique is that it has a port that's currently operated by the company Maersk, and it's a joint venture as well, again with Asyad and AP Muller. It's one of the most efficient ports in the GCC when it comes to the handling, the general cargo, the container. And Salalah also has an airport that is equipped for the latest type of aircrafts. And it's an international airport. I just need to tap into what Engineer Saleh Al-Shamfari has mentioned, that we do have access to different markets from different ports. We have Sohar port, which I will tap into shortly, that if you are targeting the GCC market and the East Asian market, and the Salalah if you're targeting the East African market, Europe, and the US. So Salalah's major investments are in, I would say, 3 sectors. They have different clusters of the medical sector, as well as the food sector, as well as the renewable energy sector. But again, we do have investment opportunities as well in different industries and in the logistics sector. As you can see on the screen, this is the master plan of Salalah Free Zone, where we have this area allocated for the heavy industry, and that top area allocated for the medium and light industry. That's closer to the port of Salalah. Now moving into Sohar Free Zone. Sohar Free Zone, it's 45 square kilometers in size. It has a total investment of 1.3 billion US dollars. It's been developed in 2010, and it's in close proximity to Sohar city. It also has a deep sea port as well as the other free zones. That is also a joint venture between Asyad and the port of Rotterdam. An airport also is present in Sohar, and I also need to highlight the railway connecting Sohar to Abu Dhabi that is yet to be established. So some of the key projects we do have in the metal processing, it's one of our biggest Indian investors, Jindal Shadid. He is situated in Sohar. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the production of the polysilicon as well. We do have other key projects in place, but a vast investment opportunities available in the Sohar Free Zone. And this is the master plan of Sohar Free Zone, as you can see. Moving on now to our third free zone, Al-Mazyuna. So Al-Mazyuna is located between the border of Oman and Yemen. It's currently being used as a transshipment between both countries to import-export different commodities. Moving on to Khazan Economic City. So Khazan Economic City is located in Barka, which is the closest city to Muscat. It is 52 square kilometers in size. It's also in the close, it has a lot of accommodation for labor. It has access also to Muscat city due to the close proximity. And there's a dry port within the zone. And also it's close to Sohar port as well as Suwaiq port. And 50 kilometers away from the Muscat International Airport. So some of the key projects in Khazan is the Central Fruit and Vegetable Markets, whom they have only recently launched in Khazan, as well as the insulin manufacturing and the biofuels refinery. It has a lot of investment opportunities as well in the logistics services because of the warehousing facilities that is available in Khazan. And in food, clean energy, pharmaceutical, and different industries as well. This is the master plan of Khazan city, economic city. Now moving on to Medan Industrial City. So basically, we do have currently around 14 industrial cities that is distributed across the country. We have one free zone, which I just mentioned, Al-Mazyuna. It's a part of Medan. And we do have one IT area, which is called the Knowledge Oasis Muscat. It has a variety of investments. We have different colleges, IT. It's basically considered an IT hub. And the 9 industrial cities as well. And one of the first industrial cities that was established in 1983 is the Rusail industrial city. Also in Madain, we do have vast investment opportunities available since they are distributed across the country. We have in technology, textile, electricity, plastic, packaging, and logistics as well, as you can see on the screen. And these are some of the key projects that exist in our industrial cities. And this is a map that shows the locations of the current existing industrial cities. So this concludes my presentation. Please feel free to scan the QR code for further information. And I might suggest that you tap into the OMAP platform that you can find on our website. It basically will give you an access to all of our zones that has the GIS system in place where you can also look at the master plans of our zones. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Majida, for that comprehensive and insightful presentation on the Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Zones, OPAZ. Your expertise has provided us with a deeper understanding of the opportunities and initiatives and growth in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel discussion delves into tourism and real estate, two dynamic sectors that have contributed significantly to Oman's economic growth and global appeal. This session will explore how Oman and India can collaborate to further enhance these industries. Moderating this session is Layla Al-Hadrami, Managing Director of Communities Connect Cities, and she will be joined by a distinguished panelists include Sadiq Ja'far, CEO of Maysan Properties, Diren Duraj, CFO of WJ Towel, Hisham Zubaydi, Advisor to the Minister of Commercial Affairs and Real Estate Development at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning, and Salim Al-Awemri, Specialist Tourism Product Developer at the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism. So please give them a warm welcome, and we look forward to their insightful visions.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا. Welcome everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here so we can have a very important topic. And welcome to all the Indian delegates to Oman. And I have to say, Oman and India, they have a lot of similarities. Agree or no? Yes. Maybe I have been like 5 times to India, and we can see the Indian, let me say, communities very close to the Omani communities. We are almost sharing the same values, the same culture. I've been like 5 times, but every time I'm visiting like new cities, and every time I'm shocked, no, I have to visit the other cities because every city is unique. Every city has, like, let me say, their own touch, their own culture, and we do have the same in Oman. Oman, it has 11 governors. And every governorate is unique. We have the mountains, we have the deserts, we have the beaches. So we are, let me say, from the north to the south. So every time I'm meeting someone from outside Oman, I say, you have to open Oman map so you can understand the diversity that we have it. And I love to call it the land for opportunities. Because we in Oman, alhamdulillah, we are the most important thing. It's like the peaceful country. And that's why everyone who's coming to Oman, they said, we don't want to leave Oman. Right, Diren? So this is, and we are going to speak about two main sectors, the tourism and the real estate. I have to say that the tourism is very close from me because I'm also a travel blogger and I'm the founder of Oman Traveler. So when it comes to the travel and tourism, this is one of the promising sectors for the, let me say, investors so they can, let me say, invest on it. And we cannot say it without the real estate because the real estate is, let me say, the one that is completing the tourism sector. Today we have, let me say, a diversity of our panelists. I'm really so honored to introduce you because we have two from the private sector and two from the public sector. And we are going to start with you, Jafar, so you can, I hope each one of you, so you can introduce yourself to the audience. Who are you and why you are here today?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sadiq Jafar Suleiman. I am the CEO of Maysan Properties. I have been in the real estate industry in the last 20 years. And we are here to present you what Oman market has, what is the potential of the Oman market, what is the investment opportunities, to share some insights of the industry, and what's happening and what's the future.
Thank you so much, Sadiq. And now we are moving to Engineer Hisham.
Hisham Zubaydi, Advisor for Commercial Affairs and Real Estate Development for the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning. I come with more than 22 years of experience, mainly from the real estate development sector. I'm pleased and it's my pleasure to be part of this forum and among this esteemed audience. I would like, of course, today to share a number of the projects that we launched recently in the Ministry of Housing, and they are definitely speaking to different segments of investors and developers. And we would like to see the opportunities and the possibilities of tying up or even getting some interest from this audience when it comes to the development opportunities.
Thank you so much, Hisham. And now moving to Mr. Darren.
Hi, my name is Darren Dore-Raj. I'm Group CFO for WJ Towel. I'm Singaporean, been in Oman for about 3.5 years. Very happy. My wife is also very happy. We can talk at length about how approachable Omani people are and how at home you will feel if you choose to invest down here. I'm trained as a chartered accountant in the UK, and I'm here because Gaurav, who heads tax at Pricewaterhouse, asked me if I would participate. And what you saw earlier on in the day about the Muscat chapter of the Indian Chartered Accountants sponsoring to mentor potential Omani CFOs is very passionate to me, and that's why I really like to support this function. But those who are choosing to invest here, I'm here to share with you from a private sector point of view how suitable a place this would be and how you would not just get money for your buck, but also it's a very nice place to do business.
Moving to you, Salam.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Salam, born and raised in the mountain. I'm currently work for the Ministry of Tourism. I'm a visiting lecturer as well at the University of Nizwa, mainly in business and SMEs setup. I'm a tour operator as well, specialized on active spirit kind of activities. So if you want to die easily and quickly, come. We are here today to explore the world of investment, especially in other industries as well. So welcome home.
Thank you so much, Salam, and welcome everyone. And going to shoot the first question to you, Sadiq, because you have been, like me say, long time in the real estate. 20 years ago, how was the real estate and how is it today? Because I know that you have been in the industry and you are like one of the pioneers when it comes to the real estate. So we need to listen to you, how it was and how it is today.
Yeah, thank you. It's difficult questions.
You are the best to answer this question.
Inshallah. See, when we see the map of the real estate industry in Oman in the last 20 years, 20 years ago, it was a very classic sector. Ministry is distributing lands to the local Omanis, and they buy and trade, build house. So it's a very classic supply and demand fundamental. Okay, expats and international buyers were very limited access. They had no access. We started projects in 2007 and 8, Al-Mouj, Muscat Hills, Sifa, and other projects. So slowly the market start to offer to the international buyers and international investors. I would say the major transformation and shift in the industry happened after 2020, after COVID. Okay, there were a lot of product is being introduced to the market and tackling the experts. Okay, the market faced challenges in 2020, 2021, and 2022 due to the COVID and pandemic. Post-COVID now, in the last 2 years, there are a lot of initiatives by the government, by both Ministry of Housing, Urban Planning, by Ministry of Tourism, by OPAS. Okay, so different kind of products being introduced. So many international players came, and there is a good variety of the projects. What happened now, the country is ready for the foreign investments, and we see even the market drivers like interest rates are cooling down, population is increasing, so all of these are giving a positive sign.
Thank you so much, and this is remind me of something, because as you say, the shift that we have all of us witnessed. In the past, we never, let me say, care who's building that building, for example, and so on, or let me say, on a project. We just used to go and make the contract with everyone and so on. But as you said, after COVID-19, even when it comes to the quality, and this is now, for example, people that said, it's maize, okay, I'm going to deal with them. And now it's making it also difficult for all of you, because now you have to be on the market, let me say, and so because now we're having a lot of a project when it comes to the government. We are no more, because when it comes, for example, to the Minister of Housing, we used to know Minister of Housing just for giving us a land, we as citizens. But nowadays, there's a big shift when it comes even at the government level. Now, the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning, they have introduced when it comes to the real estate. And now, Hisham, I need to ask you this question. How did you make this shift, because we just started, recently knowing about these projects when it comes to the real estate, for example, like Sultan Haytham City, Suruh project and so on. So it will be really great how you are, let me say, what is the shift happening in the government, why you are focusing on this shift, and how now you are, let me say, supporting the private sector, like, let me say, Maysan and other, let me say, real estate projects company.
Sure. My answer will start from the question which my colleague Sadiq answered. When it comes to what also changed, and I'm adding to what he mentioned, it is what drives the residential developments, if we talk about development specifically in real estate. It used to be the developers. It used to be certain typical kind of layout that they will introduce to the market, and basically the audience or the crowd got no options but to select from A, B, and C. For example, I think and I believe the case now is different. It is the actual lifestyle that people are striving to get is driving the development, in the sense of what do we want? We are traveling all over the globe. You mentioned you are a big traveling fan. You see a lot of projects, you see a lot of concepts, you see a lot of developments. Now, our lifestyle basically should be the main, or the lifestyle that we are targeting should be the main factor to influence the development that we are getting in our market, okay? And I do believe the projects that we launched during the last 2 years speaks to this kind of lifestyle. You mentioned few projects that we already integrated, and in fact, I would like, alhamdulillah, we thank Allah that December and January witnessed 4 launches, 4 official inaugurations for Medina Sultan Haytham. It was Tibyan, it was As-Saruj, it was Idrak, in addition to recently Ahli Sabbur. and all of them presented different kind of concepts and different kind of neighborhoods that will provide also different kind of lifestyles. And all of them, or each one of them, I mean, got their own identity and flavor when it comes to what kind of developments and what kind of units. Now, when it comes to our project, the first thing that we need to highlight is changing the perspective, changing, I'm not going to say the game, but changing the expectations as well. As you mentioned correctly, the role of Ministry of Housing used to be something related to the allocation of plots for different segments within the community. Now it's not, because Ministry of Housing is about finding solutions, finding residential solutions, smart residential solutions, solutions that speaks to the need of people, and solutions that take into considerations the cost on the government when it comes to infrastructure and other elements as well. Now, the concept of smart and future cities is not necessarily new globally. We are not the first to launch such a city. So I cannot claim that we are pioneer when it comes to this. But what we are pioneer in is customizing those projects to our actual needs and plans. This is something we are proud of, and this is something you can sense and see from the different type of projects that we talked about or launched recently. For example, when we talk about Sultan Haytham City, it's a full city, a comprehensive type of city, nearly 15 million square meters, about 19 neighborhoods, will be delivered in 4 phases, nearly 25 to 30 years. And we are going into phases with this project. We already allocated a number of neighborhoods for both local and international developers, and we are expecting more to be announced in the upcoming months, inshallah. You talk about downtown, it's a totally different project. It's a hub, both or all, residential, entertainment, business. It should change the business look of the Sultanate of Oman. It will definitely be the first picture to see when you talk about Oman from a business side, that it will represent the business side of the country. It's already, as an area, the highest in value in the Sultanate of Oman, between the ministry's campus and the embassy's campus as well. So it is very well located. We talk about the Thuraya city in Mubashir Heights, just across from Al-Arfan city, in a very strategic, magnificent location. You can even see the sea from the top of the mountain in the Thuraya city. Salalah city, about 8 million square meters with more than 6 kilometers waterfront, virgin beaches, silver type of sand. It's definitely a residential project with a tourism flavor, if I may say that. We talk also about Thuraya city, downtown. Okay, we do have few in the pipeline. I'm not gonna talk about them right now, but they also have their own DNA and identity. So this is in general those type of projects that we are talking to. When it comes to how we are supporting or liaising and coordinating with the private sector in so many ways. In fact, Mr. Sadiq himself was part of this journey already through providing different kind of services and different kind of added value to the project. But we'll talk further as we go.
Thank you so much. And bringing, let me say, the concept of future cities, smart cities. Every time, when they ask about that concept, they say, do we have it in Oman? And I'm telling them, we can have this concept in every village in Oman, and not just, let me say, with the mega project. And what I really liked about, the last experience with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning, that you are giving the cake for everyone. It's no more about, let me say, one contractor and so on. And this is what's happening with the Sultan Haytham, project, because you have different developers. And I really enjoyed, let me say, when I was in Cityscape, because the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning, they were presenting the project there with the older developers. So I was meeting each one of these developers. And I feel that they are so much proud. They said, we have developed to be very close from the Omani community, with the Omani culture. And I can see that each one of them, they have also partners, global partners, so they can also bring like new concepts to Oman. So that was very, interesting that you are giving the opportunity to the private sector. And this will lead me to Jerem, because now you are in the private sector. So I know that you have been like more than now 3 years in Oman, but when it comes to the private sector, you know, we are always talking about the challenges and also about the opportunities. So when it comes to Darren, you are coming from one of the pioneer companies as a family group companies. What is, let me say, the opportunities, or let me say, the incentives that encourage you to continue working in Oman?
So yes, you're right. WJ Towel was formed in 1866. I know for sure this is the oldest company in Oman, and arguably the oldest in the GCC. And it's got a wonderful history. It's owned by the Sultan family, with wonderful values and work ethic. So we are thrilled. I mean, when I listen to Hisham, you can see how relevant the Ministry of Housing and how the government have moved and evolved. And in the same way, we have also, evolved. From 1866, we are now into the 5th, going on to the 6th generation of the family. We develop individuals to grow, young individuals. We train them and grow them. So we are thrilled as a private sector company to participate. So, for example, we have got a 82 million Riyal project in Sultan Haitham City. We have also got a project in Ida, which is the Trump golf course and villas and so on. And we've participated in so many other projects over the years. More recently, Mudebi, the water pipes. I'm very proud every time I drive past the Supreme Court building, we built that. So the private sector, really encourages all these different projects that are happening because we want to participate. They are quite demanding in terms of timeline, and quite rightly, we pride ourselves as well on delivering on time or ahead of time. And of course, you need to be profitable. You need to stay within, you don't want to go down the line of being late because it's costly. But so it all ties in. Before I came to this panel discussion and I looked at the topic and the sectors, tourism, which we will talk about in a moment, also leads towards more and more people coming to live here, which leads to the real estate requirement. We own a significant part of commercial and residential in, for example, Madinah Caboose. And as you bring in more and more people here, the occupancy grows for us, both commercially and in terms of bringing in people, expatriates to live in this country. The residential side develops and grows. Our yields grow. The occupancy has grown significantly. So there are a lot of indirect things that when you bring in tourism, you have people who want to rent cars. We are in 5 clusters: automotive, FMCG, engineering, construction, property, and services and trade. So I can only say thank you, right? And I can only say to those individuals who are looking to invest in this country, there is a tremendous amount of ability. And myself, heading the finance function and part of the executive management team of a sound local company, there's a lot of opportunity to make money, and like I said, in a way that you'll enjoy it here.
I love that. There are a lot of opportunities. I hope that you heard about that. And this is taking me to Salim because, as Darren said, we have a lot of opportunities, and definitely we have also successful stories when it comes to the tourism sector. We need to listen from you, Salim, because you are now, let me say, representing Ministry of Tourism and Heritage. I'm sure you have a very successful stories when it comes to the developing Oman as leading when it comes to the tourism sector. Can you share some of these best practices and, let me say, successful stories?
Well, thank you. First of all, everyone knows that the tourism industry is the fastest industry in the world. This is one thing. Second thing, in Oman, actually we have Oman Tourism Strategy 2040 and also Oman Vision 2040. And both of them, they came closely aligned. So from there, we came up with something we call it a master development plan. Includes all the opportunities, things that you need to know about the future of tourism in Oman. As well as in Oman, actually, we divided the governorates into, let's say, clusters. We started with 5 governorates, which is the most shining kind of governorates. People can come and invest in Oman in tourism sector. If we give you a brief information about which type of investment you can do here as well, the most well-known one is the ITC, which is the Integrated Tourism Compound or Complex. For example, Al-Moj, so you can come and invest. There are some terms and conditions as well, but you have an exceptions from fees for the first 5 years, as well as it's a freehold for you as an owner, as well as first class or close relative classes as well. They are freehold as well. They have freehold. If the other part as well, other SMEs, I can call them not really SMEs, but you can invest in hotels, you can invest in restaurants, camps, in different location of Oman. The other, also you can invest in experiences and products that the customers needs. So all of those aspects you can bring your money and invest in Oman. At the end, also you need to know that according to the plan and the vision 2040, we are targeting 11 million tourists by 2040, and this will contribute a value of money by 9.5 billions in GDP. So there is a potential. There is so you have to take your piece of the big cake. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Salim. And I have to share this story with everyone because last week I was having, let me say, a tour in Oman. I was visiting قرية السويجرة village in Jabal Akhdar. A Suwajra village, for the people from outside Oman, is like one of the old stone villages in Oman. And it has been, re-innovated by the community themselves. And it's becoming like one of the successful stories. And I met a lady from Germany on the top when we reached, the village. And I was asking her, is this the first time for you in Oman? She said, no, this is the second time, but the last time it was 2 months ago. She said, I couldn't resist to not come back again. She said, I went back to Hamburg. She's from Hamburg, by the way. She went to Hamburg and she said, I feel that I miss going back to Oman. So this is what makes Oman very successful in the tourism, that people, when they visit the first time, they fall in love. And this is most of the time what we hear from the tourists outside. So we are now having a lot of successful stories when it comes, even when it comes to the heritage villages as touristic places. And this is, because, the organizer told me we don't have a lot of time. So I just need to ask each one of you to give us, your last recommendation, because we are talking about the opportunities also in Oman when it comes to the investment. And you, Sadiq, you are in the private sector. So it's going to be, your advice or what your dream that you're going to want to see it here in Oman.
Fine. I will focus on the international.
Yes, especially when it comes to the, with the global market.
Yeah. See, today with all the initiatives what government is giving through Ministry of Housing and Ministry of Tourism and other one, in our sector, in the real estate sector, we have full range of products, okay, starting from the way they mentioned Trump second homes, then you have the proper cities like Sultan Haytham City, you will have products within center of Muscat, in Salalah. So it's a full range of products are available, okay, yeah, and this is from end buyer perspective and even the developer. So the country is welcoming people who are specialized in the mixed-use development, developers, they are specialized in the resort. So the market is expecting all kind of products arranged.
All kind of products and let me say industries.
Exactly. So there is a lot of opportunities. Okay, there are challenges. One thing is good. We know about many challenges, and we are working with the government to rectify it. And the future is bright.
Thank you so much. Engineer Hisham, in 1 minute, let me say your last piece of advice for the investors who are coming to Oman when it's come to the government projects with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning.
Well, they need to define, first of all, what they want out of those projects and what's their core business or what's their expertise when it comes to the development, because development is a huge thing. Tourism, residential, commercial, office space. It's so many varieties of development lines and directions. Knowing what they want out of this market, having a look at the relevant statistics and numbers at the country economy, and creating some sort of an understanding of the competition when it comes to different kind of developments and projects is the first advice that I will give to anybody. So when they try to achieve or approach a business opportunity, they know what they want, and this could ease the process of negotiation and finalizing those kind of opportunities and projects.
Thank you so much, Engineer Hisham and Darren. I know that we have talked a lot about what Oman can do, because we have been talking about, for example, Singapore also, let me say, best experience. So, and we are talking also about Oman 2040. So what's going to be, let me say, your talk in 1 minute, your role as a private sector to, let me say, collaborate to achieve Oman 2040 vision?
Yeah, so I think the 2040 vision, impressive what the previous speaker described the whole vision. But we were talking about this, it's not easy to have a vision. It's easier, but the proof in the pudding is executing the vision. And this is where I think we said, although the vision comes from the public sector, the private sector has a major role to play in that, in delivering on the vision. And to deliver, I know the private sector played a role in arriving at that vision, so we are also believing in this vision, because we want to participate and we want to make it happen. So I mean, I'm excited. I was also very impressed to see there's a really clear breakdown and sequence of events and timing. I do this with my team, and where I work, my boss certainly does it with me all the time. It's very structured. There's a timing. It's very clear who's responsible for what, and it's in your KPI. So likewise, the private sector, I think the public sector can dictate what the timing should be, but us all in the private sector, of course, I want to see some benefit for the private sector as well. A small, simple example would be like if there were incentives, where we have individuals, say in the real estate, that perform various tasks, and this is down this vision, maybe there could be a tax incentive. That I can show it as a deductible in arriving at my taxable profit. So something along those lines where the private sector would also benefit from this and gives them a little bit of a breather, because it's difficult for the private sector to absorb all the costs.
Totally agree with you. We're all lovely when it comes to the tax detection. And this is leaving us to Salim. What is going to be, let me say, the future projects that you can see it in Oman, that you can give it as, let me say, a recommendation for all the investors to think about it who are coming to Oman from India?
Thank you. Well, Said, it's a very bright future. So if you want money, don't hesitate. The country is very safe. We have a very kind of smart plan. The government is supporting you, and we are all here to support you. We have some like international examples, like investors, like Diyar Al-Qatariya in the eastern part of Oman. We have also Bin Sheikh here, close to the center of Al-Hail. Also in tourism, also we have Orascom. It's a more or less Egyptian company. They have two main projects here, the Atana Salala, as well as one in Sifa. So at the end, I can say east or west, Oman is the best. It's the best place to put your money. So yeah, welcome.
Thank you so much, Salim. I think maybe, I'm not sure how many minutes we are left, but again, I open the space for 1 to 2 questions. If anyone have any questions to the audience, to the panelists. And if you don't have, we're going to close it. Yes, okay. Can the organizers give the mic there, please, to the lady with the red jacket?
Thank you, panelists, for a very insightful panel discussion on tourism and real estate. I've been living in Oman for nearly, over 25 years or 3 decades, and enjoy Oman as a resident. And no doubts, Oman is a great country, very friendly nationals, absolutely. People who live here are blessed, I consider, But however, although Oman as a touristic destination boasts of, let's say, stunning sunsets or enchanting souks, it is still, I feel, really underrated globally. People don't know Oman as a touristic destination compared to some of our neighbors. I recently hosted a conference here where about 15-20 nationalities came and attended just 2 days before. And every one of them remarked the beauty of Oman, but how they did not know about it, So fundamentally it is because of, even when they come to Oman, it is due to the lack of public transport or areas where they can understand where to go, what to do, other than the Google, So what specific initiatives government is taking or investment opportunities they are creating in this sector to reduce the gaps and take Oman to, increase their global visibility?
Is the question for me? Well, I might be not the right answer this question, but I can highlight some points. We are closely working with the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and promotion investments to promote the country as one of the best destinations to put your money in. This is one thing. Second thing, the country is very peaceful, as you know. It is the best place where you feel your money is in a very secure place. It's stable, although it's located in very kind of, let's say, boiling location, but the country is very safe. We are, as a tour guide, we say that Oman is the Switzerland of Middle East. This is from the investment point of view. So we are working with the other ministries and public authorities and other representatives also from the private sector to shine the investment angles. From the general kind of promotion, word of mouth is one of the fastest and the best kind of promotion, and I know that Oman needs a lot from us. But we have to work hard to promote Oman as one of the global tourism destination. As I said, we are working on a plan on Oman tourism strategy as well as Oman Vision 2040. So we closely on the right path to promote the country and to reach to the target and accomplish the numbers.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? So we can take another question. All right, I think, okay. Someone there? Raise your hand because I can't see you. All right. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm living in Oman for a few years, and I'm working also here in the interior contracting, so in a field that involves...
Can you raise your voice? I can't hear you very well.
In the interior contracting. Okay, the question is, as I totally agree with the lady, we love deeply this country and we would like to help, to give to this country even a brighter future for what we can. Actually, it's very important to understand that not only the vision that we all love and work forward to realize, but the short-term plans. So how this vision is subdivided in short-term plans to see the number of tourists that we want in the next 2 years, in the next 4 years, the next 6 years, before we reach the target of 2040. And also it's important, I think, to develop the tourism and real estate, what we think should be our targets in terms of population of the country. Because the real estate is based on the tourism, and the tourism sometimes can be converted to citizen. Okay, like some friend of us that came here as a tourist and then they start to live in the country. So also will be interesting to know which will be the population target in the country, what we want to have here. So the number of tourists and number of population, year by year, what will be our plan, and this will facilitate us to make our plans of investments, because we'll know we will be the target already here.
Thank you so much. I think this will be to you, Haitham. What is, let me say, the vision of Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning? Because most of the time, we hear the minister, how they are trying to increase the population through attracting, let me say, more people to live in Oman, so we can succeed when it comes to all of these projects, when it comes to the tourism and real estate.
Well, this is definitely a collective effort. So we cannot claim that Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning is the one entity who is responsible for delivering such a thing. It's Ministry of Commerce, it's Ministry of Tourism, it's everybody, including the private sector as well. If I would like to tackle this from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning point of view, I would specifically define or talk about the future cities. Future cities, they have more than one aspect. In addition to the ITC project, which my colleague mentioned, future cities are the first, after the ITC, of course, type of projects to allow for expats to own residential units within the country. Therefore, this is kind of an attraction or kind of allowing for the FDI and the expat segment to move to the country and to have some sort of a business opportunity to own a property in the country. So this is one aspect to it. Nevertheless, even when we talk about this, it is an ecosystem rather than the effort of one entity, because it starts from the media. What kind of promotion, what kind of marketing campaigns we are launching to spread the awareness about this, which is happening. I'm not saying it's not happening, but it's an effort that got to be well coordinated between all stakeholders in order for us to deliver what the gentleman mentioned, actually.
Totally agree with you. Let me say it's like a matter of collaboration of all the sectors when it comes to the government, private sector, academia, SMEs and startups, and the community. I used to work with the government, and when I was working with the government, for example, I was with the National Digital Transformation. Everywhere I walk, people, they will just keep blaming me. You are the ones who are not completing the digital transformation, I say. So when it comes to the digital transformation, for example, it wasn't, let me say, responsibility of Information Technology Authority at that time, or let me say today, Ministry of Transportation and IT. It's about the integration of all the sectors together. And as you said, every time people are asking, where is Oman? Where is Oman exactly? So it's, let me say, a collaboration of all the sectors. So if you are going to work to launch a new project, think about the project, not just at Oman level. Think about it, how I gonna launch it to be a very global, let me say, a project. Nowadays, for example, when Saudi Arabia, they started, let me say, their mega projects, the first thing they focus on it is also, let me say, the infrastructure and also, let me say, the events industry. So we have like a collaboration of different sectors so we can succeed marketing or attracting investors or, let me say, people to come and visit us more. So it's, I have to say, it's the responsibility of each one of us in this room. So each one of us, no matter if you are, let me say, Omani or residents or, let me say, a visitor, because even the visitors, they will come the first time and the next time they'll come back again, so they'll bring more people with them. So it's going to be a collaboration with everyone. And when it comes to your question, when it comes to the metro and the transportation, Oman still, as we say, we don't have a lot of population, so we can reach that level of having, for example, a metro. Because now we have buses everywhere, but when you see the buses, the public buses, it's almost empty. So I'm telling people, it's not about, starting the metro. It's about who's going to use this metro. Because we, the Omanis, all of us who are driving, and each one of us, we have like 2 to 3 to 4 cars in his house. So it's also sometimes, let me see, a matter of request and necessity, and hopefully we're going to be more populated, so we can have like more people. That's why we are having this forum. We have this forum with the Indian delegates, so we can invite them to be part of Oman, so we can build it together. So I would like to thank you all, and welcome again to Oman. Thank you so much.
A group photo. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for sharing such valuable insights during this enlightening session. And our gratitude goes to Layla Al-Hadrami, Managing Director of Communities Connect Cities, Sadiq Ja'far, CEO of Maysan Properties, Diren Duraj, CFO of WJ Towel, Hisham Zubaidi, Advisor to the Minister for Commercial Affairs and Real Estate Development at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning, and Salam Al-Uwaimri, Specialist Tourism Product Developer at the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism. Let's give them again a warm round of applause. And now join me in welcoming Mr. Arbu Patti, founder of Arbu Patti and Companies, and former president of ICAI, to deliver his remarks on family business. Mr. Arbu Patti.
Good afternoon to all of you. I carry very pleasant memories of participation in this particular event. And I take home to India the enormous potential available in the country and explain it to people, industrialists and top businessmen in India, so that they can come and establish their business activities in this great city, a very pleasant and happy city for people to stay, live, and enjoy life. Thank you very much, Oman, for this opportunity given to me, and I consider it a deep pleasure to participate in this event. I have a very important message from India. And that message from India could be a learning curve for people in different parts of the world, including this great country, Oman. As you all know, India is in its 75th year. When it is there in the 75th year, businesses have passed generations. The first generation is over. the second generation has come, the third generation has passed, and the fourth generation is in operation. I'm going to share with you a very important, little bit disturbing statistics. In India, 96%, 96 mind you, huge amount, 96% of the business activities are controlled by family businesses. The businesses are owned by families. And when this business is passed on to the second generation, out of this, only 59% survive. The second generation is not equipped, is not trained properly to take over that large business. You have built that business with a lot of effort, strain, hard work. You have built it to this stage. And the generation after generation, it has to continue. It should not stop at any point of time. But in India, the statistics reveal that only 59% of the businesses survive in the second generation. And in the third generation, only 13% has survived. And later on, it is getting reduced further. So this is a matter of concern, and the business community in India has woken up to it, has been informed about it, and they are taking action now. What is the action they are taking? When the business is flourishing well, today you have so many businesses flourishing well, and you people, the first generation people, have brought it to this extent. Identify somebody in the family or identify somebody in the organization who has got the skill sets and the aptitude to take over this business or to run this business. And give him the training, give him the hand-holding, giving the expertise to train in different segments of the industry. In India, we have found corporates, they have 5-6 companies. This particular person who is going to succeed will be given training in all the industries. And then the legal succession will take place. All of us have to leave the country or leave this world at some point of time. There is no eternity. If that is the case, we have to train them, and the process of transfers. I could tell you with a lot of certainty, there are a number of Indians, very successful businessmen in India, who have invested in different parts of the world. And supposing something happens to them, how are these investments to be transferred to the legal heirs? The legal formalities, legal compliances, what type of steps they should take, they have all informed about it. And they take it one by one. They have a checklist and they say, yes, have I complied with this? Have I taken precaution for this? Everything they do and keep it ready so that this downslide can be avoided. So this is an important thing which you have to take care. Not only the legal aspect of it, the overseas regulations. Each country has got its own regulations. When they have invested outside India, now they have to take it back to their country or develop that business. If that is the case, what is the rules of this country? What is the rule of some other country? They have to identify, learn it, document it, and keep it for not only the documentation part of it. If you want to remit the money to different parts of the world, what is the procedure to be adopted for that? That also has to be learned. This family business in India, they run it as a 5-day course. 5-day course in the sense, 5 different experts will come and share their experience as to how to take over a family business and the next generation to take it and run it successfully for eternity. This is very important, not only for the family, not only for that industry, but for the country as a whole. As a country as a whole, because If this is going to be the slide in family business, the country is also affected. Hence, when people said that's an important thing, if you have some thoughts on that, better if you could share it to this august audience. And I thought I should make use of this opportunity. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to participate and giving me a time of 5 to 10 minutes to express my views. Let me conclude by saying, each one of us in our life, when we cross certain hurdles, we succeed certain obstacles in our life, we feel happy. We try to document it. Like that, if I am asked to write down the memory lane for the last so many years of my experience in different entities, different caps which I own, then in my down the memory lane, I will definitely write half a page in the down the memory lane about my experience of participating in this wonderful seminar in Oman and this particular investment sector in Oman. I am very proud, happy, and very contented person of having made this visit to Oman and sharing my thoughts on this particular topic. This is only a bird's eye view of what I wanted to tell. The topic is very large. How you have to do the succession planning without losing your control. It's a very delicate matter, very, very touchy issue also. It has to be handled with proper care. If it is done with proper care, it will end up in a fiasco. So we have to be very cautious. I just highlighted the importance of it. The details of it, we have to consider it and take it to the next step. Thank you very much, Oman. Thank you very much, organizers, for the opportunity given. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Arbu Pati, for your inspiring words about family business, and we wish you a wonderful time in Oman, exploring the beauty of Oman, different places. Wow, time flies. And our final presentation for the day focuses on the transformative impact of India's advancements in digital payments, particularly their role in enhancing financial inclusion. This presentation will be delivered by Mr. Kishan Srinivas, Head of Business Development for Europe and GCC at NPCI International Payments Limited. Please welcome him to the stage.
Namaste. I can see a lot of anxious faces. I guess I'm standing between you and lunch. So I'll try to keep it as interesting as I can and tell you a little bit about how India has grown in the digital space, why it has grown, and how is that extremely important in the current date and age. So I know I have a few slides ready with me, but I'll try to keep it as much as possible a story so that I can keep your interests live. So first and foremost, I'll have to tell you a little bit about the past so that it kind of explains why we did what we did. Back in the day, most of the banks in India would have to invest a lot of capex to put up an ATM machine which was made outside the country, had to import it, put it up in a place, build security around it, and then another part of the bank would have to spend a significant amount of operational expenditure to put a debit card into an Indian citizen's pocket, teach them how to use an ATM, get them to go visit an ATM, withdraw cash from that ATM, and you know what? For every single transaction, a developing country like India had to pay dollar cents because it did not have a network of its own. This used to be the situation for a very long period of time, and this limited expansion of digital payments in the country. 2007, there was an act of parliament which was passed where the government, the regulators, all of them came together to say that India now has to develop itself to be a very self-reliant country when it comes to digital payments. This led to the rollout of the Payments and Settlements Act of 2008, which said that there will be an umbrella organization in India which will work towards transforming digital payments in the country, which led to the growth of the company that I work in, which is National Payments Corporation of India. After that, while we have seen a lot of growth, and India today is the undisputed leader when it comes to digital payments globally, we have seen that as a country in the digital sphere, India has become extremely self-reliant. And to demonstrate that, I would like you to probably look at this particular slide, where we all know about Aadhaar. Aadhaar is India's citizen identity program, which is built on open source software, which gives every citizen of the country a unique ID in the form of digits, and along with that, also captures the citizen's biometric details, the address details, the communication details, and stores them. Why is this important? Today, I might be living in the city of Chennai and have my Aadhaar card issued there, and work takes me to, let us say, Mumbai or New Delhi, and I have to go there, open up a bank account, get myself a rental home. All I have to do is go there, give my Aadhaar number, authenticate myself with my fingerprint, give an OTP, and I am identified as Kishan from Chennai, but having an address, and that allows me an access to all the banking services. What does this do? Today, Indians living across the length and breadth of the country can identify themselves and can get themselves into the mainframe financial sector. How has this helped? This has helped from getting India to be a country which was a sub 30% financially included country to an 86% financially included country. With about 1.5 billion citizens, brothers and sisters of mine, it is not easy. To do this, one of the most important aspects has been the presenceless layer, which has been contributed by Aadhaar. Next is the paperless layer. What does the paperless layer do? I have an Aadhaar card, I have a card for my taxes, I have a driver's license, I have a COVID vaccine, I have my 10th standard certificates, I have my 12th standard certificates. Some of us, like me, who did their management studies had their management certificates. The government brought about an app called DigiLocker. DigiLocker today has all my credentials saved and is able to allow me to access all of them at the time of probably identifying myself. I am today caught for, God forbid, a traffic violation, and I have to show the policeman my license. All I have to do is take my smartphone, open DigiLocker, and show them my driver's license, and they're able to validate me through a QR. This has helped the power of identity come on, instead of becoming document-based, to be onto your smartphone. This digital revolution also enables the citizens to get the power of all their identities together in one single app. The third layer is what my organization and me represent. We are the payments layer. There is always a saying that when you go out shopping, you go out shopping. You don't go out paying, right? So we have made payments incidental with Unified Payments Interface, or UPI as the world knows it. Today, a platform which does about 17 billion financial transactions a month. The power of UPI is that all your banking relations, all your bank accounts, your credit cards are all bought into the power of an app, and by just scanning a mobile application, we are able to conduct a payment. And this is very beautifully, seamlessly integrated with the help of the presenceless layer, the identity layer of Aadhaar, which helps you open up a bank account, put in money, and then you are able to pay by getting yourself enrolled in a UPI app. The fourth and the most important aspect, given that data is the new oil, is to safeguard that data. Today, when there are 1.5 billion Indians, and in a month, if there are 17 billion just UPI transactions, just shows the quantum of data which gets generated through all these economic activities which are happening in the country. And for all of that data to be at the power of the citizen is the consent layer, where in case I want to share my details with a particular lender or with a particular financial institution or to an insurance company, I can give my consent for that particular use to allow a particular service provider to start using this for that purpose and then purge it. This also is augmented today with the launch of India's own digital data protection law called the DPDP. Now, given all of this, what we have done is that all of this has had to have an ecosystem of players who have supported this growth. Aadhaar was possible because there were a lot of public and private partnership which came together to enroll all the citizens of the country for the digital identity program. Now, once you have a digital identity program, what's very important is that significant portion of the population, and I think in a span of 3 years, we opened up about 400 million bank accounts for people who were in underserved and the deeper parts of the country. The second is the telecom industry. How is the telecom industry a friend of the banking industry is phenomenal. The telecom industry came in to say that, you know what, we are going to make the usage of data very, very inexpensive for Indians. India today probably, I think, has the second or the third cheapest data in the world. 1 GB of data costs 17 cents. And with good competition, what has happened is that a significant portion of the Indian population today has a smartphone in their hands. So much so that a lot of equipment manufacturers are looking at producing or manufacturing very inexpensive smartphone solutions for the Indian consumers to ensure that a $100 phone is available so that every Indian can start looking at it. While India is the largest smartphone market today, there is still a significant portion of India which still works on feature phones, and we have adopted our payment method to also support that. Third is obviously the Aadhaar. Fourth is the fact that our current government is focused on developing India to being one of the top contenders when it comes to GDP growth globally. The fact that all the friendships of India, specifically the one with Oman, I do not consider the friendship with Oman to be 77 years old. It is millennial old. There has been a lot of significant ties between the two countries for very, very long ago. And today, all such friendships are helping India as an economy develop, grow, and start working with each other in a very, very meaningful manner. Lastly, the fact that the cloud market, instead of having infrastructure which again had to be imported or had to be built, which needed extremely high industry, has today revolutionized that technology is based on the cloud rather than on physical equipment. India plays a very important and significant role there. At NPCI, or National Payments Corporation of India, we're set up as a not-for-profit organization. We have about 65 shareholders, which include the largest banks and some of the foreign banks, some of the state-run banks, private sector banks, and fintechs. And 65 shareholders today help us, under the guidance of the Honorable Reserve Bank of India and the Indian Bankers Association, to transform digital payments in India. We go back to 2008, where we took over the National Financial Switch, which made routing of ATM transactions almost, one-third the cost of what it was, which made Indian banks invest more in this particular technology, and I actually started passing on the benefits of reduced cost to the consumers, thereby getting the consumers to come and withdraw cash from an ATM. So much so that today, cash withdrawal because of UPI is so low that some of the banks are saying, come use our ATM and don't pay us anything at all, but please come and use our ATMs because it's just there and nobody uses ATMs in India anymore. Going on, we launched our own card scheme. It's our India's indigenous card scheme. Today we are helping 2 other countries help develop similar card schemes for themselves. Today, a large part of the globe is dependent on international card schemes to come and help the payment ecosystem in the country. It's always beautiful to have your own, develop your own, and make it big. Today we have about 780 million cards in circulation, making us one of the top 5 card schemes in the world, and we are less than a decade old. That's the power of RuPay. Thank you. Then we launched, 2016, we launched Unified Payments Interface, or UPI as the world knows it, a QR-based payment method which is conducted using your smartphone. Just to give you a little bit of figures on UPI, I think I'll have to go to a different slide. But 637 banks, 75 plus apps, which include the apps like Google Pay, WhatsApp, Phone Pay, Amazon Pay, all of them come today to India to kind of offer UPI as the core offering in their applications. 459 million monthly active users, and most importantly, 626 million QRs, which means that every store in India, it could be a 2x2 store as big as this, which is selling chai for 10 rupees, or it could be the largest establishment in the country. Wherever you walk in, you will find a UPI QR staring at your face saying that please make payments by scanning a QR. Now that is the impact that we have brought about, and let me give you some numbers to corroborate what I'm talking about. $135 billion in 2018-19 when we started to $2.4 trillion in 2024, which basically is now a significant part of the country's GDP. I do know of certain countries where the amount of digital payments is probably 5 times or 6 times their GDP, but we are not very far away from doing that, because if you look at the kind of quantum growth that we are going on UPI, we processed 131 billion financial transactions in 23-24. 133 billion transactions amounted to 49% of the world's real-time payment transactions. This by a platform which was launched in 2016, which goes to prove that it does not take time, but it takes a lot of intent coming together by multiple sectors, and the fact that you are able to make effortless, simple solutions which anybody and everybody can adopt. UPI is one such technology that my grandfather uses with ease, and so do my children. This is the length and breadth of what UPI has been able to create for the Indian citizens. So it was but logical that we had to today take UPI global, And we are happy to announce that there are 3 countries globally that we are currently working with to set up a UPI-like system in their country for their citizens, which gives us a lot of joy. And another very important use case was that Indians today are traveling overseas. There are about 45 million Indians today who are traveling, and this number is supposed to triple over the next 5 years. Why am I saying this with so much confidence? Is because India was a country 10 years ago with about 70 operational airports, which has become 145 plus in the last 10 years. We have in the last year placed probably the largest order for aircrafts in civil aviation history. All of this is to obviously cater and connect more within the country, but a significant portion of that is to also enable Indians going overseas, which is today demonstrated by the number of passports which are being issued in the country, which is probably doubling every year. Which means that there are more students who are going out to study. There are more Indians who are going outside India for a holiday. There is more cultural exchanges between countries. The globe finally is becoming one single digital village, which makes us that much more experiment with UPI, which is today live across 8 geographies, which enable Indians when they tour overseas to scan a QR and make a payment whenever they are at a merchant establishment and to transfer money between each other. The long story short here is that India Stack, which is basically citizen scale digital infrastructure across the various facets of community, of society, has today helped India become extremely self-reliant, the flexibility to grow and add more use cases. The macroeconomic impact of something like this is that if we were to span back to 2016 and 17, and this is a very important slide which I would want you to probably give me 30 seconds of focus, is that predominantly was a debit card market which had 68% market share. The credit card market has 31% market share, and this is the time when UPI was launched, and we had 1% market share. Now, if we look at 23-24, you can still see the green and blue, but not so much. Now, this has not been possible by us eating into the debit card and credit card market share. Let me tell you that all the international card schemes which are present in India are growing at the most healthiest growth rate that they witness in Southeast Asia. However, we have been able to expand the pie and make digital payments accessible to all through UPI, which today controls 96% of the digital payment ecosystem in the country. So this is largely my presentation. If there are any specific questions, if there are any specific queries, I would be more than happy to answer them. But thank you very much for this opportunity. Great. I know, it is time for lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kishan, for your impressive presentation on the advancements of digital payments. By the way, who doesn't love instant payments? They are fast, convenient, and maybe one day they will also make queues disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the Omani-Indian Business Forum, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and attendees for your invaluable contributions today. Your insights and engagement have made this event a resounding success. As we look ahead, let's carry forward the spirit of partnership and innovation, working together to build a future of shared prosperity for Oman and India. It has been an honor to be your host. I am Saleh Al-Rahbi. And now, the moment you have all been waiting for, lunch, where the real networking happens, because nothing brings people together like good food. So we invite you to join us for lunch and continue networking to foster connections that will drive our mutual success together. Thank you all and have a wonderful afternoon.